Fuck. Ah! This is crazy messy. Okay. Fuck you. I'm all over the place today.
One piece of functionality that's clearly missing from our behavior tree is the
Behavior tree. Yes, please open these assets. Ground control to Major Tom.
ability to shoot. What I'd ideally want to do is move to the player's location and then shoot. But we want to change a little bit first how we do the movement. There's a couple of things I want to tweak. So if I select the move to node, one thing I want to change is the radius. I don't want the enemy to be coming right up to me. So if I change the acceptable radius, then it's going to stop moving 5 meters away from me. So it's going to stop, give me a nice 5 meter distance. He comes up to me, there you go, and he stops and stares. Now, the other thing I want to do is down here in the blackboard section, you can see there is an observe blackboard value. If we don't have that checked, let's see what happens. As I move, he basically, and this was slightly more obvious when we had a smaller acceptable radius, so let's just stick that down there to 5 for now. And if I hit play, then you can see that as I move, he goes to my last location, and then only then, when he's reached that, does he come and update. That's not what we want. What we want is it to be constantly coming towards us, and if you check the observe blackboard value, then essentially what it's saying is that every time the player location changes, we're going to update where we are moving to. So if I go ahead and hit play and move, you can see he's continuously following me and updating his path. That's exactly what we want. So now we can change our accept radius to 500 and it becomes less obvious, but it's still good that we have our observe blackboard value there. And then the behavior that we want is that once he comes within radius of us, like so, he's going to stop and shoot at us. For that, we need a new type of task. So we're going to create a new C++ task here. So I'm going to go to add new C++ class. Then we're going to go and show all classes and look for the BT task.
BT task. Ground control to Major Tom. Docking layout, please. Check ignition and God's love be with you. There it is. Okay.
Now, which one do we want, the BT task node or the BT task Blackboard base? Well, we don't actually need to use a key because we're just going to try and shoot. That's all we're going to do. We're going to pull the trigger on our gun. All the aiming is going to be done elsewhere in our behavior tree. So let's open up the BT task node, the base class here, and we're going to call this BT task underscore shoot. Let's go ahead and create that class. Then we end up with something just like this. So we want to do the same setup. So a little bit of a mini challenge for you is to do the same sort of setup as we've got for our Blackboard, clear Blackboard value. We want to have a name. We want to have an execute task node. So pause the video and have a go at that. Okay. Welcome back. So that was a mini task. I'm just going to copy over the signatures from our clear Blackboard value over to shoot, including the public and protected sections. I'm going to change the name of our constructor. I'm going to go ahead and implement our constructor. And what was it that we needed to do? We needed to set node name equal to shoot. That's what we're going to call it. Then back to the header for the shoot task, and we're going to try and implement the execute task now. And we just need to call up to super, so I'm going to copy that from our clear Blackboard value CPP file, and then we are ready to start implementing. So the first thing we're going to need to do here, let's have a bit more space, is we're going to need to get hold of our pawn. Why do we need to get hold of our pawn? Well, let's have a look at the shooter character, which is a pawn. Remember, the shooter character.h has a shoot method. That's what we want to be calling, essentially the same.
Hey! Build again? Get your stink on. Get your stink on. Must return a value. Okay. There we go.
Have a look at the shooter character, which is a pawn. Remember, the shooter character.h has a shoot method. That's what we want to be calling. Essentially, the same as the player is doing. He's holding down the trigger button, and that's calling the shoot method. We want the AI to be able to do the same. When you have the shoot task, it's going to hold down the trigger button or repeatedly press that trigger button. So the execute task is going to be the right place to do this. We're probably going to return what here? Because remember, this action is just one shot. It's not continuous shooting. What are we going to do? We're going to return the EBT node result success or succeeded if we succeeded, because we don't need to continuously call tick. We don't need this task to be running any longer than a single frame. And the other thing we need to do is get hold, as I said, of that pawn class. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you can get hold of the AI controller. And from the AI controller, we know that we can call get pawn to get the pawn that was controlled. And we know that we can cast that controlled pawn to our shooter character implementation. So how do we get hold of the AI controller from this? Well, we've got our behavior tree component, which we know is on an AI controller, so maybe that has something that we can use. If we go to the U behavior tree component and have a look in here for any methods that might be helpful, there's a lot in here, but if we look for controller, we aren't seeing anything, but maybe somewhere in one of its base classes, because the parent class for the U behavior tree component is the U brain component. If we follow up to that one and look for controller in here, you can see there's a property for it. Is there a getter? Yes, there is, called get AI owner. And that should return, if we hover over it, an AI controller pointer. So you should be able to use that to get hold of the pawn, cast it to a shooter character, and then call the shoot method. So that's going to be your challenge, to call the shoot method. Make it public, get the pawn, cast the pawn, call shoot, and then test it out in your behavior tree. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So first of all, first step is we're going to need to make this shoot method public, because it needs to be called from outside of this class. So I'll put it just under take damage. We'll have shoot, give a little bit of space to it, a little breathing room. I like white space, helps me see, helps me think. Then we're going to go to the BT task shoot. We're going to, first of all, check that our controller is not null. Otherwise, we can't use the arrow operator on it. Just general good practice to do these null checks. So if this AI owner is not equal, is equal to null pointer, we're going to want to return early with a failure. So this task will fail if we don't have an AI controller. That's pretty straightforward. So I'm going to do a return EBT node result, : failed, like so. And then we are going to do the owner component get AI owner. We're going to get pawn on it. In fact, we might need to include a header file here. So let's do a hash include, and it's going to be game framework and the controller. And in fact, I think, yeah, any controller should do, but I think we need the AI controller because that's the type of the pointer that we're getting back. And then we're going to do an arrow, and we're going to do a get pawn here. Complaining about something in my header file. Maybe I haven't got something right. So / AI. Looks like I got it wrong. It's not actually in game framework. You just have AI controller to include. Teach me for being so blasé about that. So there we go. We can now get the pawn from the AI owner. And as I said, we also need to do a cast. So we're going to do a cast. To what type we're going to need to cast it to the shooter character, so that is in its full form a shooter character, and we're going to need to check the result of this as well, but we need to include our shooter character, so hash include at the top, the shooter character .h, like so, and we're going to store that in a pointer of type shooter character star. It's going to be our character, that's what we'll call it, we'll store it there, and basically we need to make sure that neither the get pawn return, because get pawn might return null if the AI is not currently controlling a pawn, or this cast might return null if the type is not an A shooter character, if it's controlling a different type of pawn. Fortunately, these two go down quite well together, so if you try and cast a null pointer, the result is just a null pointer, which is why we can do these checks all in one line. Then we can do an if character equals null pointer. Then we want to fail again, so return EBT node result, : failed, like so. And finally, after all of those checks, and we know that we've got ourselves a shooter character, we should be able to call shoot. So character, arrow, and shoot, like so. So that will finally get us able to shoot. Let's go over to our behavior tree. And in here, we're going to want to pull down to place like so. So that will finally get us able to shoot. Let's go over to our behavior tree. And in here, we're going to want to pull down to place a new node and look for the new shoot task that we've got in here. And I'm not sure whether I compiled, so I'm just going to make sure that everything compiles again. And once that's done, we can go over and hit
Uh,
want to fail again.
uh,
So return EBT node result, : failed, like so. And finally, after all of those checks, and we know that we've got ourselves a shoot character, we should be able to call shoot. So character, arrow, and shoot, like so. So that will finally get us able to shoot. Let's go over.
did I spell this wrong or something? Try it again. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Whoops.
shoot, like so. So that will finally get us able to shoot. Let's go over to our behavior tree. And in here, we're going to want to pull down to place a new node and look for the new shoot task that we've got in here. And I'm not sure whether I compiled, so I'm just going to make sure that everything compiles again. And once that's done, we can go over and hit play and see if this guy comes up and shoots. Okay, yes, he does. Unfortunately, he's shooting repeatedly and shooting himself in the foot. So
I don't know what I just did.
something is not quite right there. So there's two things going wrong. For a start, he managed to kill himself with the shots, and it also seems like he is shooting every single frame, which would make sense because we're getting to see the player, we move to them, and then shoot is the last action we've got here, which we're going to execute repeatedly. So what we want to do is actually turn this into a sequence. So I'm going to drag off a node here, make a sequence node, and what we're going to do is we're going to shoot, then wait, then shoot, then wait, and repeat that indefinitely. So shoot first, wait a little bit, so maybe we wait, I don't know, for 1 second between shots, and then we're going to want to repeat this, which we can do with a decorator. So if I right-click, add decorator, and look for the loop decorator, then you can see how many times you want it to loop. It says 3 times, we don't want it 3 times, we want it basically to infinitely loop until shots, and then we're going to want to repeat this, which we can do with a decorator. So if I right-click, add decorator, and look for the loop decorator, then you can see how many times you want it to loop. It says 3 times, we don't want it 3 times, we want it basically to infinitely loop until we need to move, or we've lost sight of the player and we need to go and investigate. So we're going to go ahead and hit play and see if that works. Comes up to me, shoots. Shoots, but he's not actually hitting me. You can see that his shots are actually landing on himself, and we're going to deal with that bug in an upcoming lecture. See you there.
Attempting to use casts that are not.
This AIO forward slash to include the character .h, like so.
Duh, missing a whole step here. There we go. You say something? Weirdo.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be introducing a new thing in the behavior tree, the services. We're going to find out what services are, how they help us with persistent running behavior, and how we can write our own in C++. Let's dive right in. Now, there are only a few pieces of logic left in our AI controller that aren't in our behavior tree. One of these is setting the start location. This I still want to set here from the AI controller. But things like tick, now that I would like to do from within our behavior tree. What do I want to do here? How do I get it to do set our player location, to update the last known player location? Both of these we can do with something called a blueprint service. So let's go over to our blueprints and see what's going on. So if I go to my AI and open up the behavior tree, dock it to the main window, then I need to show you what a service is. We've never used one before, and it's essentially a way of running something every tick or every so often whenever a particular path is active. So if I had a service here on the chase behavior, then some code would be able to run all the time that the chase behavior is active. Whether we're moving, shooting, waiting, any of these things, it would always be running, but if we're in investigate, it would not be. So this is exactly the kind of situation that we're looking to use a service. Now let's have an example service. One thing that we notice when we're playing is that once the AI comes within range of us and we move around, he's not rotating to look at us. And we can fix that with an already built-in service here. So if we right-click on this node and go to Add Service and look for the default focus service, you can see it's a different color, it's green. And if we select that default service, it also goes underneath these sequence nodes as opposed to above them, which is what the decorators do. So with the default focus selected, you can then choose what you want to focus on. In this case, we want to focus on the player location. Go ahead and hit save, hit play. And now if we go and have a look and move around, you can see he's rotating to follow us. Cool stuff. Now, we want to be able to implement a similar service in C++ that will update our player location all the while and update our last known player location while we are chasing. So we're going to do that as two separate services, and you can see how that also automatically, services can make things a little bit more efficient than doing it in tick, because you can only run the last known player location when you're in the right part of the behavior tree. So let's go over to the sandbox, go to content browser, add new C++ class. We're going to show all classes and look for what our options are here. We're looking for BT service, and then there are a couple of options. Just like we had with our BT task, we've got the Blackboard base. And we're actually going to want the Blackboard base because we want to know which key we should be updating. For example, should it be the player location? Should it be the last known player location? So we're going to go and hit next on this one with the Blackboard base selected. And we're going to call this BT service underscore player location, like so, and go ahead and create that class. So once we're done compiling, we're going to go over into Visual Studio Code, and you can see that we've got this BT service player location, which is inheriting from the service Blackboard base. Cool, that's what we wanted. Now, what functionality are we going to move into this? Well, I'm going to try and move the simplest functionality possible, which is just to set the value of basically the last known player location, though this key will be configured in the behavior tree, not here in plain text, but it's going to get the player pawn location and set it to a Blackboard key, and it's not going to do any of the line of sight checking. Reason being, if we are running it in our behavior tree only when we are chasing, then we don't need the line of sight check. We can see the player. That's automatically, we know that's the case. So another simplification there for doing it in a service. So this should be fairly straightforward if we know how to...
What? Okay.
Sweet, great. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're bringing the trucks in?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. I'll text you. What time are you trying to get there at?
Maybe 5. I don't know. It depends when I can get out of work.
Just text me.
Yeah. Sounds good.
to get
Hey.
a method call here in the BT service. So let's go and have a look at our btservice.h to see what service. So let's go and have a look at our BT service.
He's pulling up these weird header files.
H to see what is available there, what's the documentation, what can we do. The main methods here you can see are on become relevant, on cease relevant, the tick node, and on search start. On search start, we're not particularly interested in, but tick node, yes, that is where we're going to get an update all the time that this service is on an active path. So that's the one we're going to want to implement. We go and search through this file to find the full signature here. We can see it is here. Let's see what section is it in. It's under the protected section. So we're going to go to our BT service that we've created and create a protected section. And paste in. It's automatically an override here because BT service was inheriting it itself from a parent class, but it's no harm in overriding it again ourselves. We can do a Control-Shift-P to create the implementation, and then we want to call to super. So we want super tick node, and we want to pass and it again. Ourselves. We can do a Control-Shift-P to create the implementation, and then we want to call to super. So we want super tick node, and we want to pass in our owner comp and our node memory. And let's see, there's some other things in here. We have a delta seconds as well. That's what we need to pass up as well. And finally, finish off with the semicolon. Should finish off our implementation of tick node. Now, in here, we basically want to do that behavior from the AI controller CPP, the one where we are getting the Blackboard component, then setting a value as a vector. Well, we know how to get Blackboard components from owner component references, so that's pretty straightforward. We're just going to do the owner comp dot, and then we're going to do the get Blackboard component, remembering that we need to hash include in here for the behavior tree / Blackboard component. Then we can use our arrow operator, and what we should be able to do here is just to set value as vector. And then we need a key. Well, we know how to deal with this, but let's just refresh our memory. If we go to our BT service _ Blackboard base, you can see same as with the task. We've got the get selected Blackboard key. That's what we're going to use. Get selected Blackboard key gets the key that was selected over in the behavior tree. And then we want our vector value. Where are we going to get that? Well, exactly the same as the AI controller. We're going to be getting the player pawn first and foremost up here at the top. Then we need to check whether or not this is null. And we also need to include our gameplay static. So let's make Then we need to check whether or not this is null, and we also need to include our gameplay statics. So let's make sure we have the gameplay statics include from the AI controller CPP included. In our service player location. Then we're going to do and if the player pawn is equal to null pointer, then what we're going to want to do is, again, return early here. It returns void, so we can just do a quick early return. Then we can use our player pawn here to simply get the actor location. And we may need to do an include here. We'll see how we go. Well, it doesn't hurt to be safe, does it? And explicit about these things. So we're going to do a include for the game framework, and then / it's going to be pawn.h, so that we can make sure that we've got everything in order here. And then we're just setting the value as vector. That should be all we need. Let's go and compile and see if this works. In fact, one more thing. We probably want a nice, pretty name. So we should have a constructor here. So I'm going to create a public section with the constructor, which is going to be the name of the class. And then we go ahead and create that implementation. I'm going to bring my implementation above the implementation for tick node, and then we're going to have set the node name equal to, it should be update player location, and let's build and see if that works. Looks like I had a missing semicolon. Let's try that again. Once that's compiled successfully, equal to, it should be update player location, and let's build. And see if that works. Looks like I had a missing semicolon. Let's try that again.
Where? 26.
Once that's compiled successfully, we can go over into our enemy AI, and as well as the setting focus, we'll add a new service, which we've got showing up here as the player location, where the pretty name basically comes up as update player location. You can see that it tells you the frequency of ticking every 0.4 to 0.6 seconds. That's better than using tick, because we know tick runs every frame. Here, this is running less frequently, which is a good thing. And we can go over into the details and create a Blackboard key, drop down, and select that what we want to update is not actually the player location, but the last known player location, because that will happen every frame as long as we are chasing, and that is the behavior that we want. So one more service node we want to go ahead and create is going to do the AI controller's behavior. If we go down into tick and see what's left for us to do here, is to update the player location conditional on whether we have line of sight. So we want it to update the player location if we have line of sight, clear the location if we don't. So that's going to be a new service node. It's a slightly different behavior. We're going
No, ma'am. Not for you.
to add new C++ class. We're going to go to show all classes, and again, we're going to do BT service underscore Blackboard base as our base class, and we're going to call it BT service underscore player location if seen, and go ahead and create that class. And because this is all stuff you've mostly seen before, it's going to be your challenge to implement this service. So you're going to implement tick node using the code over in the AI controller as your guide. You're going to need to get hold of the AI controller pointer from within the BT service. Now, this is exactly the same as we did in the BT task, so use that as a guidance for getting hold of that AI controller pointer. You'll need that AI controller pointer in order to check for line of sight. Remember, line of sight is a method on the AI controller. And then you need to update or clear the key depending on your line of sight check, and then place this node in the behavior tree. Where do you think is going to be the right level
Ooh.
Full of the behavior tree for this server, as we did in the BT task, so use that as a guidance for getting hold of that AI controller pointer. You'll need the AI controller pointer in order to check for line of sight. Remember, line of sight is a method on the AI controller. And then you need to update or clear the key. Key depending on your line of sight check, and then place this node in the behavior tree. Where do you think is going to be the right level of the behavior tree for this service to run? Have a little think about that, a little bit of a chin scratch. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So this has opened up a new BT service over in Visual Studio Code. Now it's pretty much going to be identical in the header. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that over into our newly generated header. The exception being that we need to change the name of the constructor to match. Now we're going to create an implementation for the constructor and give it a node name to update player location if seen. And add a semicolon on the end here. Let's not forget that this time. Then back into the C++, going to implement tick node as well. And I'm just going to copy across, if we can find ourselves the player location CPP, I'm just going to copy across the call to super and the getting of the player pawn and the checking of the null return. In fact, I'm going to copy the whole body and we're going to modify it from there. So copying that across, and also we're going to be copying the access to the Blackboard component with the include for the Blackboard component, the gameplay statics and the pawn, because we need access to all of those. In fact, much of the functionality is shared here. You could think about having them somehow share this code, but I think there's not so much duplication that we care enough. So what we're going to have to do here is also check that we have an AI controller. So I'm going to do an if the owner component or owner comp dot get AI owner is equal to null pointer, then we're going to want to go ahead and return at this stage. Then the next thing we're going to want to do is check our visibility. So we're going to do an if owner comp dot get AI owner. And then we're going to do an arrow here, and we need to include our AI controller here. So it's going to be hash include, and then it's going to be AI controller.h. Then we want to do line, and let's see, what's the correct usage here if we go over to the AI controller CPP? It's line of sight 2 is what we want. So line of sight 2, then we need to do line of sight to the player pawn in this case. Do we have line of sight to the player pawn? Is that what we're doing over in the CPP? Let's just double check that. Yes, we are. Then we're going to want to go ahead and set the values differently. So we're setting the vector value to the player pawn get actor location. Yes, that's if we've got line of sight. Else, if we do not have line of sight, we know that we need to be clearing that value. So we're going to be still getting the owner component, get Blackboard component, then it's going to be clear value, and we're going to be
Where did you see this?
the player pawn line of controller CPP. It's
Shooter here.
line of sight 2 is what we want. So line of sight 2, then we need to do line of sight to the player pawn in this case. Do we have line of sight to the player pawn? Is that what we're doing over in the CPP? Let's just double check that. Yes, we are. Then we're going to want to go ahead and set the values differently. So we're setting the vector value to the player pawn gets actor location. Yes, that's if we've got line of sight. Else, if we do not have line of sight, we know that we need to be clearing that value. So we're going to be still getting the owner component, get blackboard component, then it's going to be clear value, and we're going to be clearing the value of the selected blackboard key still, and that should pretty much cover us for the implementation of player location if seen. Let's go and compile and see if it works. Well, the compilation succeeded. Let's go into the behavior tree. Now, the level I want this to run at is basically key still, and that should pretty much cover us for the implementation of player location if seen. Let's go and compile and see if it works. Well, the compilation succeeded. Let's go.
Well, compilation succeeded. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Duh. That's what I did wrong originally. Child. Mm-hmm.
Was inheriting it itself from a parent class, but it's no harm in overriding it again ourselves. We can do a Control-Shift-P to create the implementation, and then we want to call to super. So we want super tick node, and we want to pass in our owner comp, and just going to. So one more service. Use that. So header. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that over into our newly generated header. The exception being that we need to change the name of the constructor to match. Now we're going to create an implementation for the constructor and give it a node name to update player location.
Oh. Dangers of copy pasting. Okay.
if seen, and add a semicolon on the end here. Let's not forget that this time. Then back into the C++, going to implement tick node as well. And I'm just going to copy across, if we can find ourselves the player location CPP, I'm just going to copy across the call to super and the getting of the player pawn and the checking of the null return. In fact, I'm going to copy the whole body and we're going to modify it from there. So copying that across, and also we're going to be copying the access to the Blackboard component with the include for the Blackboard component, the gameplay statics and the pawn, because we need access to all of those. In fact, much of the functionality is shared here. You could think about having them somehow share this code, but I think there's not so much duplication that we care enough. So what we're going to have to do here is also check that we have an AI controller. So I'm going to do an if the owner component, or owner comp dot get AI owner is equal to null pointer, then we're going to want to go ahead and return at this stage. Then the next thing we're going to want to do
AI controller. Ah. Brain component.
is check our visibility. So we're going to do an if owner comp dot get AI owner, and then we're going to do an arrow here, and we need to include our AI controller here. So it's going to be hash include, and then it's going to be AI controller dot h. Then
H.
we want to do line, and let's see what's the correct usage here. If we go over to the AI controller CPP, it's line of sight 2 is what we want. So line of
Yep.
Line of sight 2. Thank you.
Ow! That hurt.
Site 2. Then we need to do line of sight to the player pawn, in this case. That is basically at the top level in the initial selector, because I want it to be updating the player location basically all the time, because we need to be able to abort any of these other behaviors based on the player location being set. So we need to be able to set and unset it at any time. So I'm going to go and right click on the top level selector, add service, add the player location if seen, and then we're going to need to select that service node and select its Blackboard key, which is going to be our player location. So that add service, add the player location if seen, and then we're going to need to select that service node and select its Blackboard key, which is going to be our player location. So that one's set in the player location. The update player location, the more dumb one, is updating the last known player location. And we should now be able to go into our AI controller and essentially remove all of this code in tick because it's been superseded by our services instead, and we can go ahead and compile and see if that works. Let's go over to the editor and play and see if we've still got our enemy coming up to us. He's coming, running to us, loses sight, then comes back at us, starts shooting. Yep, basically everything is working as it was doing before, except now it's doing it entirely via services that we wrote for ourselves in C++. Next slide.
Mm-hmm. How did you see me already? Still firing. Okay. Cool with me. Hero.
I'm the last one you'll ever cross. Have a nice day.
Are you not dying?
Fuse is lit.
Vote for a map.
Team. Dream team.
Select your hero.
I've been dreaming about this team.
Choose heroes to ban.
Oda 13. Yo, bro, love your stream. Can play together and share some tips and ideas. Let's connect on Discord. Hoop Lords. Hell no, Hoop Lords. Get your bad ass out my chat.
Welcome to Ishvaratsa. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Bot alert, bot.
Breaking me down just builds me up. Here we go again. Shields up.
Five, four, three, two, one. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Diaper baby.
In my way.
Man, unless we are completely skill diffing them, this is a pretty wild comp we got here.
We'll make it work. I believe in you. I'll swap to Ana. Here we go, here we go. Very nice. Maybe I don't need to swap.
Yeah, I guess we just skill diff him.
It's too easy.
Army.
We're ahead.
Looking better already.
Or you just pick that setting up somewhere. Oh yeah.
Special delivery.
They also know how to give free push.
Fire. Come on, try me.
Run away.
Helping you recover.
Stop. Ah, I suck. Danny IQ, love to be a supporter. Cool, man. Appreciate the support.
No sweat. Just try again.
I will not add you on Discord.
Engage this enemy. I have a new plan this time. Let me take care of that for you.
We lost our close spawn. Run away.
Okay, I'd rather die to that than Pyre, to be honest.
Let's put a stop to that.
Cass, they just completely disrespected the paint.
We touch her, we touch.
Buckling. I'm rally to me.
Enemy forward swarm member.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Join together.
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Step right up.
Enough whining. You're fine.
Enemy forward swarm member.
Widow 76.
SMG's pretty savage.
No one can resist my spell.
Oh! Help, 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 help.
I grew tired of fighting.
I got you, baby.
Run away. I was scared.
Targeting hostile. Over here.
Forward swarm.
Get him, get him, get him.
Minor perk unlocked.
It's time.
Experience tranquility.
Oh! Scary.
Zoinks.
He done bamboozled me. Widow's SMG has less fall off.
Bayek.
Oh boy. Alright.
Forward swarm lost. Enemy forward swarm.
Happy to assist. Enemy in sight.
Damn!
Shoo.
You'll have to try harder than that.
What are we doing?
Go to. Dude, this is just them playing around hamster a little bit. I don't know. I'm also kind of doing bad.
Plenty of time, plenty of time.
You're powered up. Get in there. We need to put a stop to their push.
Anti in the back there.
Step right up.
Scratch, you'll be fine.
Things dying.
Big anti, big anti.
Yeah, nothing's dying.
Crazy, crazy. How did that happen?
It's a ham. It's Hammond. It's just.
Vote for your map. Select your hero. Choose hero bands.
I can wall. Hell yeah. I guess I'll go Kiriko. I like Ana too, but you can do it.
Traveling to Akron.
I like to play Ana too, but you can do it.
Fences. Select your hero.
I'll play Kiriko. For our hog.
I'll find my own path.
Stay sharp. It's harder to keep you alive when you're distracted.
Check out the stratification in this castle stonework. Looks like a lot of groups have called this place home.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Keep calm, keep sly. Sniper, don't get shot. Kaiki. Let me balance you out. Over there.
I have you. Keep fighting.
I'm grateful. Buried on the wind. Sniper, don't get shot.
Bang that widow up again. I don't know. Whenever you see her. She gonna take my head off for sure. I know it.
Feels like someone. Keep an eye out. Let me balance you out.
I don't know where they're at. Got out.
I'm with you.
ازيك؟
Hey there.
No more widow.
私が守る。动作不洗澡。
None of these administered.
Easy peasy.
My ultimate is almost ready. Feels good, huh? I'm here. The Kitsune is ready to be unleashed. Let the Kitsune guide you. I feel a warm inside.
60 seconds remaining.
Pretty behind here, so.
Over here.
Watch out.
Hey. What's up?
ازيك؟ وريهم قوتك.
Carried on the wind.
Remaining.
How'd you fix this? What a picnic on this face?
Let me balance you out. Plotting out the dig site.
10 seconds remaining. Round 1 complete. Score 0-0. Switching sides.
I don't know. Gonna make a joke there. Not creative enough. Well done, team. Well done.
Another day, another battlefield.
Every site tells a story. Not always happy ones.
Stay sharp. It's harder to keep you alive when you're distracted. Healing fortified.
¿Qué onda?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commence. Capture objective A. Double kill.
Turtle, you died!
Victory.
What's the gold? Yep. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Pretty sicko. Pretty. Why? For real? Escort's so much better than Control?
Select your hero. Select hero bands. Now arriving at Lijiang Tower. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Okay, team.
It's just me in here, bro.
We got it. We got it, Sammy.
Leave a broken one. You answered Winston's recall, even after all you went through.
The key is to calm hard and to calm early.
And I do not answer.
I'm always calming early,
What is left, Anna?
regardless of who's in chat.
Reinhardt. And
Calming left and right.
nothing to scoff at.
Big. I will listen to comms.
Calm here.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Incredible stuff already.
Thank you.
Okay, what the fuck even?
The objective is now active.
Targeting hostile.
Coming around the mountain. I'm a little behind. We're here, we're here. Yeah, you're good. Just kidding, got booped. They booping hard.
Team kill.
I won't give in.
Hey, it's Kiriko.
I've got you.
What's the Nana? I'll be living, sorry.
I'm here.
Taking attack. Got a touch. Alright.
Best round lost. You got too close, didn't you? Score 0-1.
My bad. Hey, you're pretty cool.
Yes, and you are a perfect 37 degrees Celsius.
You got me there.
Humanity is shackled. I hold the key. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Easy peasy.
Capture the objective. Another setback and all will be lost.
There's Zen. Zen low in the back. I'm going for the Zen. Just kidding.
Like, do we want to shoot at this guy though? Do we want to shoot at anyone? Where are our DPS at? What are they doing?
I've dealt with cynics before.
There's a support in my face. My DPS are lollygagging.
Right here, yeah. Bro! Yeah, this might be just GG's go next. Oh fuck, we got a point?
Yeah. I did. Yes.
Into the iris.
DPS right in front of us. Let's kill this guy.
That's what I'm fucking saying, bro. But like, no one's shooting at him.
Excavation initiation.
I'm saying like our fucking this guy has 1 kill. He's 1 in 4 and has 3k damage. What I'm fucking talking about, bro. He's slacking off. He's asleep, dude.
Oh, freaking push! Womp.
Select your hero. Select heroes to ban.
Zarbar!
Travel to Raccoon Street.
Let's go, team.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
It's not my job to get you back alive. But stay close to me, and we might manage it anyway.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Let's move out.
Scanning.
Over there. Covering you.
Oof.
Enemy in sight.
Don't let them push it any farther. Everyone heal up.
Our lead is lost. Take it back.
Oof.
Sword for your wounds. You're going to over here.
Band together.
What's going on here?
Group up with me.
Bro.
Getting well. Accept one. Keep fighting.
Returning TS1 to the barricade.
Targeting hostile. Covering you. Time for the reckoning! Eyes on target. Time for the...
Charged and on fire.
You'll have to try harder than that.
The robot's in enemy hands. Greetings.
Removing the barricade.
Back in control. Minor perk unlocked.
Hi, hi.
Your aid is appreciated.
Oops.
Enemy forward spawn room deactivated. TS1, move this barricade.
Just a scratch, you'll be fine. Targeting hostile.
Barricades moving out.
Why isn't this hitting it? I got point. Go push. Arissa, go push. Go, go, go. I got it. Arissa, go! Arissa, go! Come on, bruh.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji.
I stand with you.
A taste of poison.
Stay close.
Oh, brother.
Eyes on target.
They have taken the robot. A mistake. They will come to
You
regret.
still have much to learn. Targeting hostile. Over there. Enemy in sight.
Watch here.
Targeting hostile.
Fuck me, Dad.
Misery made manifest.
Careful! We've lost
This
possession of
is
the robot.
not the end.
Stand with me.
That must sting. Over there.
We're still in this.
You are safe with. We must stop them.
Yikes. Alright. That's a big old GG, baby.
I'll find my own path. I'm here. This ends now.
Approaching final destination.
That's about it for me. I can do one more. Oh, so annoying. We're missing 2. While Judd.
Vote for your map. Select your hero. Choose hero bands.
Who do I want to be? All right, team. We can do it, team.
Leave a broken world behind. Maybe one day we'll go on missions in Hawaii.
Monday, Monday, da 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 da.
When you sold me bunk ammo again, I'll tan their hide.
Yeah.
Take care of each other out there.
Incoming.
Hi there.
I'm reloading. Healing you.
The barrier is here. The barrier is gone.
I keep you up.
Oh, I went out of position. They're on point. I never should have dropped from up top.
Sojourn these days.
You're living your money.
Fiji. Good to see you.
Survive, team, survive! Healer's coming back. No, Mercy, no! Alright, we lost. Pull back, so.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Stand up straight.
Dodge this.
Target's locked. Open fire. You can't let them keep pushing. Stop that payload.
Think I died?
Correct.
gonna drop on this or what? Drop it, drop.
Keep fighting.
Heroes never die.
I'm under attack.
Try harder than that.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Over there. Hands off at your service.
I won't let you fall. My ultimate is ready. Get in there, and I will boost you.
Anti in the back, Doom. If you want to go in, I can ammo you. Oh, you're not in boys.
Just do it anyway. Like they'll figure it out. Yeah.
Keep fighting.
This ends now.
Good sleep.
Come here, baby.
It's go time.
Break the wall so we can hit our Doom. Okay.
Face my burning beast. Spot the turret.
I see you.
Heroes never die.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are. Rounding forth. I have heard of your experiments. There is no honor in what you do.
Shimada, where do I know that name from? Oh, that's right. The family of criminals.
Not much I can do here.
My ultimate is almost charged. My ultimate is ready. With you, minor hurt unknown. You cannot hide.
Damn, son! That's crazy! How the fuck? Oh, so annoying! Do I need to swap here? Like, I don't even...
Take cover. The tree is gone. Another day, another battlefield. Is with you.
Womp.
Little medicine goes a long way. Everyone's getting better. Thanks for the help. Bad guys.
Oh my god.
60 seconds remaining.
Similar fell loco. Regen up. I see you're completely healed.
Lever.
Just use it. Just use it. Who gives a fuck? Just go. Just go. We can win. Like, dead ass.
Crazy. Crazy.
Like, come on. Like, come on. Like, come on. Help him. Thank you. Yes, we're good. We're good.
The forest, my blade is ready to be unleashed.
More people on point, please. It goes faster.
Oh, he's back.
Escort the payload.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Bro, Spoon, you're just standing there getting hit.
I go out on my terms. Targeting hostile. I'm here. Keep fighting.
60 seconds. Surrender to my will.
Bro.
You'll have to try harder
Sojourn en
than
route.
that.
30 seconds remaining. Move now or not at all. Attack. I'll keep you up.
This ends now.
Alright, what do we think? Gold? Plat 4? How did I get to platinum? Alright. That's crazy. For sure should be in 4. Alright, let's go fusion. Controller. Be on Autodesk. Camera base. This is the one. Millimeter. Alright, so this gets plurped in here. And this is $12 millimeters by 2.5, maybe 3. Okay. Can we get a distance on this, please? Sketch geometry is over constrained. What does that mean? Okay. This is gonna be 22. We want to create this. I want this. Should be 22. Can I center this? This is 25. This should be 4. Yeah. I like this. All right, now for the circles. Them circles. They need to be bigger. How do I create? What did I just edit undo? I would like to edit the size of this. Should be three. Two. 2. That feels right. That feels right. I just alt click this. Okay. Paste. All right, and then let's get View. We can extrude those mothers. Can I would like to just put this on the bottom. Oh, you mother. What's the dealio? Party crasher, panty snatcher. Call me up if you's a gangster. Here, no. Why so serious? So raise your glass, bitch! We will never be, never be. Finish sketch. We can extrude these mothers. And let's just put some fillets on here, yeah? Fillet. I need to control these. Fillet. How do I do? That's fine. Okay, I like this. Let's file, save. Bamboo. Oh fuck, Danny IQ and Odin 13. You guys were the bots that came in here. Hit the follow button. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate that a lot. Create new project. If I do this, if I do this, if I do... Where did I save this? Save this, mother. I don't know. It's just getting saved. I feel like it should be there. No! Where is it? Oh, duh. I need to do something here. I'm at the end. Use let's we can edit feature 2. Bruh. Okay, that's just not what we want. Four, a little rounder. Okay, kind of like 4, but we'll hit the save button. And then how do I export this? Ding-dong. Utilities. Make 3D print. Export. Okay. Camera base 1. That's what I was doing wrong. Oh, bruh. There we go. Slice plate. Gotta get some of this shit out of the way. Bye, stuff. Gotta figure out a good place to put that. Oh, this can all get off my desk. This probably can have a better hiding spot, hiding hole. Don't know where though. Definitely don't want to put this by the cats too. I need like another desk drawer or something. Little hiding hole. If this could fit in here. Okay. Print this first. Print plates. Send. And then organize this ever so slightly. Got a pretty intense breadboard down here. This can maybe fit in here too. Not quite, but that's okay. Is this a motor? That it is. A lot of cool stuff in here. How did they ever get this all to fit? Like this, it's a current. It's crazy. Crazy to me. Okay. Can I open Wrongo boy. Boyo. All right, what about this? Can I just drag these in? So raise your glass, bitch. I'd love any sort of notion that this is working. Assemble! I don't know what the deal is. I need to just start designing it from scratch myself. Okay, let's look for Raspberry Pi. 30-pin Raspberry Pi 4 dimensions. So raise your glass if you are wrong. In all the right ways, doesn't know. We will never be Raspberry Pi 4 3D print Raspberry Pi 4 case. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta. Gucci down to the socks like I'm Big Papa Baby. I guess we're just gonna measure this out. Pretty annoying, pretty annoying. $80 millimeters. Plus 3. These come out a little bit. Down to the socks. Baby. No, I want Raspberry Pi 4. Dimensions. I got the 1 gig. I got the 1 gig! 2 micro HDMI ports, got them. No? Wow, it's already done. This is huge. All right, not quite. Not quite my tempo. Can I increase this by like literally 0.01? Not quite my tempo. Feel like that should be good. Just need a little extra. We'll say 1.5. Data sheets. We're gonna make this 26. Rude. All right, I feel pretty confident about this. I say rip it. I think we rip it. Wait. Do I want to put... Five millimeters apart. Oh, come on. Would actually like to move that. Oh, I should have used a mirror. Duh. Okay, can I move? How do I move? Select. One, two, three. What do I just here? We'll select, delete, 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 delete. One, two, three, four, five. Brother. Um. Extrude. Five millimeters. Not what I want. No, I think it's a chiffon. Chiffon. I want to. Well, let's just do this and see what happens. My view. Alright, so this isn't what I want. Solid. Can I move? Oh, here we go. Move, copy. Um, okay. What did I just do? We're gonna Google it.
These dishes just aren't getting clean.
Problem isn't your machine. It's likely your detergent. I recommend switching to Cascade Platinum Plus.
No, I'm
These
not gonna
pods
switch
dissolve
to
completely
Cascade
and have
Platinum.
Dawn, breaking down up to 100% of tough stuck-on foods. Cascade Platinum Plus.
At Fiverr, we know that vibe coding can be a lot of fun until it's not.
How's it going, everybody, and welcome back to another Fusion 360 tips and tricks tutorial. Again, my name is Adam James. I am a plastics engineer with years of experience using CAD engineering software. I had a couple comments mentioning that I should script these out a bit more, so this is my first shot in that attempt. Hopefully, moving forward, I can get these out on a more regular basis. I really want to start these in a more organized intent. I need to come up with a better name, but for now it's just going to be me scrubbing the Fusion 360 forums to see what problems some of these users are experiencing, or maybe even some funny posts that I may be able to jump in on and provide some value for you guys, as well as some entertainment, right? That's what this is all about. With that being said, let's jump on into it. I had taken a look at this post previously, so I know this won't be a very long video, but it should be helpful nonetheless, right? It should be helpful. And then I'm actually going to screen record on my Mac just to keep the aspect ratio in check. So if this doesn't work well, let me know and I can change it to my monitor. But this should be okay for now. So this is where we're gonna start. Justin Fraga from the Fusion 360 Autodesk forums, he states that I'm struggling to do very basic things in Fusion 360, including moving sketches. The instructions here do not work for me at all. So I'm not going to click on this. I'm assuming it's just a help video. He says, for example, I sketch a center point circle, then I want to move that circle. I right click, select move, and the dialog pops up saying no selection. The circle is no longer selectable. WTF number one. Okay, well, that looks good on Autodesk, doesn't it? So right off the bat, let's just go ahead and try it. I have tried this before, So I think I know what the solution is, but let's just give it a shot. So I made a new folder, called it Can't Move a Sketch. I'll just do create new sketch and create a new sketch here. So let's see if we can replicate. Again, if you can hear the clicking of my mouse, let me know. If it's distracting, I can try to, I don't know if that's turning the gain down on the microphone or what, but we can test things out as we move forward. So what I'm assuming, if he's drawing a new circle in a new sketch, he's probably just clicking right on the middle and going like this, right? At least that's what I would do. So we'll escape, and then let's go back here. He says, then I want to move that circle. I right click and select move, and the dialog pops up saying no selection. Okay, well, here's move. I just right clicked on the circle, left click on move copy. I'm not getting that error, so that could be an update that maybe Fusion had. This was in 2015, so we are like 5 years later after this post has happened, but it has gotten a lot of views and is still getting a lot of views, so I figured this video is still of value. So let's just try moving it, right? It's 5 years later. Okay. 60 millimeters to the left. Let's click OK. So that didn't do anything. So what I suspect, and it looks like the first comment here, looks like Innovate Nate calls out, I suspect that you are creating the circle at the origin point. Does this sound correct? So that's my suspicion as well, right? He probably has just a coincidence, and there it is. He has a coincidence constraint right at the middle. So let's go ahead and delete this. When I went ahead...
Alright, I'm gonna try this. Cancel. We'll save this though. Slice that motherfucking plate. Print that motherfucking plate. Send, homie. And we're going to mod.
The effort doesn't matter when I go to work. For instance, I want you to write a card. What are you talking about? Write a card. Explain to me the effort shit, right? Because if your girl orders food for you or cooks food for you, which one? I mean, I like it when she cooks, but if she was like, I'd rather just order it, I'm totally cool with that. I just like the fact that she put, Think about effort. Like, why is the effort doesn't matter when I go to work? For instance, I want you to write a card. What are you talking about? Write a card. Explain to me the effort shit, right? Because if your girl orders food for you or cooks food for you, which one? I mean, I like it when she cooks, but if she's like, I'd rather just order it. I just like the fact that she put, that she put
Oh, what am I doing? Skyblock. Duh. Duh. Switches up to Minecraft, baby. I need more dirt over here. Come on, give me some. Oh no. Oh yeah. McMillans! You shut your ass. We're in Skyblock, baby. What are you doing today, Napoleon? Whatever I feel like. Look at that, I got some. These are some zombie villagers. We've been over this, McMillans. Skyblock is when you start over nothing. There's just. If I jump, I'll die. I can show you. And you gotta cobble generator your way through. I'm trying to get to the nether right now, but I can't ignite this portal for some reason. Because I need to get gold. What do we need? How do we light a nether portal? Out, Link and Steel, Java. I think they're Java. Alright, I think all I need to do is just put a stankin' wood block. Oh, I have them. I got them. What am I doing? think that clean this up. Oh. How was Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico. Oh, we're lit! We're lit! Not a drill, not a drill. Fuck, do I have a... Oh my god, did I lose my bucket? Where's my bucket? Three printers going nuts. Going nutso. Okay. Alright, let's get with this. Let's see what we're working with. We need to go deeper. We are in the Nether. Oh, I see. A couple different biomes here. I don't think I went there. Ah, shit, I already did mess this up. Ah, fuck. Not ideal. Sweet Baba Durbo. Okay. There we go. are you gonna do today, Napoleon? You are being gone. Oh, is it done? It's done. Oh, god damn it. Fuck, right. And I've got a fucking... Oh, shit. Not good. Fuck out of here, you bitch! Okay. Well, McMellons. I've got this. Oh, not great. Perfect. A little 3D print action here. Hot. That's hot. Oh yeah, that's not great. Alright. Gonna have to go back to the drawing block. This doesn't really stay on. But let's test this. That's too big now. Okay. All right. First things first, we gotta save the important stuff. Like the bucket. Fuck all these bows. Keep the bones. And the charcoal. I definitely need some more cobble. Cobble. If I could get an auto clicker, that would be great. How was your vacation, McMellons? Be able to do something with this. These can go there. Go. Okay. No, I need more wood. Coco Singtor. They're spamming, dude. They're spamming. Probably should put some stuff on there. Ah, shoot. I did that wrong. Hey, streamer. Just decked out your stream. You're off to a strong start on Kick. If you're serious about growing fast, getting verified, and unlocking subs, I work with streamers hit 1,000 plus followers. Start monetizing quickly. Interesting DM on Discord. No. How about no, you filthy dot bastard? Need 80. $88 technically. How'd you get there? Don't. I doing? You're spawning on top of that? Oh, I don't have enough of these. Fuck, am I gonna die here? I should probably just Google how to make another farm.
Dave's Hot Chicken keep me coming back for some new loaded fries.
Who the fuck is Dave? Can't get to another room, okay? Nether waste is what I want. In Soul Sand Valley. Soul Sand Valley. Minecraft. Oh my god, I almost died, dude. First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. Oh, don't hit me. What are you doing today, Poland? Go. I threw all my bows out. Threw all my bows. Launched all my bows. Data. That's a bow. No, I noticed you're still working for it. It's really verified. Thanks, homie. You Dave Booney? Dave Booney? Appreciate the support, bro. No. No, don't do it. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. I think first and foremost, this is too high up in the sky. Butterfly in the sky. I could fly towards the sky. I would love to catch a couple of these, but make works. Oh. Just randomly kind of... Three. Whoa! I just died. Oh. How are you spawning there? Oh, I see. Make fences. Oh. Like a gate. What the fuck? No! Okay, so... What did I just lose? Nothing really. Pick up some potatoes. Yo, how are they coming through? I do not understand. Oh, damn, son. Just straight up murdering this dog. These boners. Boners. Oh, that's a full, straight up good to go bow. Follow me. Probably better way to do this. I need some wood. Lost a bunch of wood there. King me dog. Owie. Oh, almost dropped ya. Almost dropped ya. Almost dropped ya. Fences. Door going. AFK. Just gonna AFK here for a bit. Great. Oh, we got some skelly boys. Alright, we're gonna have to... We're not hitting you, bud. Any gold nuggets? Gold nuggets. All right. I think I'm gonna call it for the day. Peace out, y'all.